On record for the 8:15 review calendar, Thomas Jones in the courtroom. He does not answer. Stefan Norton is here. Mr. Norton, come on up. Go ahead and have a seat. Well, things are not going very well here. Had you brought back in, there's a couple of reasons. One, you got discharged from treatment. It sounds like you're a real nuisance in treatment. And finally, they got tired of the act and discharged you. The other thing is you've still got a warrant out of Puyallup and a second warrant. You've got two warrants out. You haven't taken care of those yet. Yes, that's on your, I think on your deferred prosecution down in Elma Court. There's a warrant out of Elma and Puyallup. We talked about that one time you were in court. Meetings where that's you've been kicked out of VHS. Where are you going to meetings? Oh, okay, got it. Oh, have you seen your discharge summary? Let me read to you the last, the final word, as it were. Client was discharged due to being disruptive in group and his unwillingness to take accountability for his behaviors. Client's behavior was toxic to the group members to the point where they were uncomfortable being there with him. Client stopped showing up for his individual sessions. Client's behavior was addressed by clinical supervisor, and the decision was made to discharge him. And there's the suggestion, re-engage in services at a 2.1 level of care. And that's preceded by, kind of a history throughout the thing where it just being disruptive, not getting along, to the point where they said, that's enough, goodbye. BHS, that's not the only game in town. There's American Behavioral Health Systems. I shouldn't speak in acronyms like that, but there you are. Now, okay, are you going to re-engage in treatment, maybe with another treatment agency? You have to. You have to. Yeah. The one thing that and probably the first thing that I really paid attention to here was your criminal history, DCH, and it jumped out at me. You've still got those two warrants out of Elma and Puyallup, but I didn't see anything new after your offense here. I didn't see any new offenses in that. Look, if there had been anything new, even a non-driving offense, I'd have you taken into custody and let's serve some of the remaining time. I'm not going to do that. Well, I haven't heard from the prosecutor yet. I haven't fully decided what,
Well, if Mr. Norton is still.
what I'll do is, what I'd like to do is this, let's reset the matter to June 5th. That's, by then I want to see you here again. And I want you to re-engage in treatment and have some, proof of AA meetings. I want to see that as well. And I'll definitely want to see re-engagement in treatment. I would like to see you take care of those warrants, that you have in Puyallup and Elma. The important thing is here is you're haven't reoffended and you're apparently, still sober, not engaging, in anything you shouldn't engage in. That's, you know, there's a lot of jail time, remaining here. I don't want to impose that. Please don't put me in a position where I kind of have to. There is a requirement of treatment. That's mandated by law as well as by the order in this, that's entered in this case. We'll reset the matter. But yeah, that. Have a write down, I'm presuming. Let's leave it at this. If you have, and we do have on file something from a treatment agency that you've re-engaged, and there are new offenses, no new problems, you can appear by Zoom, but if not, then you got to be here in person. That's it. And bring your toothbrush. I don't know if you can do it over the phone. Do you have a public defender in these cases? In Puyallup and Elma?
Yes.
I would, I'm a little bit familiar with Puyallup's procedure, and I think you probably have to go in on that. But definitely, if you're still in touch with your private attorney, I'd start there. But a good idea to get those quashed. They're gonna at some point. These things, as long as you're not driving, getting pulled over for any reason, no reason, nobody's out looking for you on these warrants. But if you happen to get stopped for speeding or not driving at all,
No,
that's probably a really good idea, because these warrants, people always tend to get picked up at the worst possible time. So we'll reset the matter. I think we need to. June 5th, I better. There we go. I had the O-Court system, which is what we're dealing with here. They're sometimes leave a little bit to be desired. And you know, how's life going otherwise? You're working.
yeah.
You're not driving. You know what, how long it's going to be before you get your license back? You've got a few hoops to jump through here, it looks like.
First step.
And tabs, that's the first thing an officer who happens to see you looks at, the back of your car, and, oh, no tabs, and then that's, the lights come on, and it's just a reason to pull people over. Yeah. Mr. Norton, I signed the order, resetting the matter. I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. It sounds like life is going well, whether that continues to be the case, it's up to you, really. You're doing well, but please keep doing well. And by all means, don't get yourself in a position where you're engaging in behavior that leads to the charges that are on your history. You've got family support. It sounds like you've got your boss's support, and you can't ask for anything more than that. What I want you to do now is go to the window, get a copy of today's order. It has the court date and time on it, and hopefully we'll be able to address the matter over Zoom next month. But hey, let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Mr. Norton, good luck to you. Take it easy. When I first looked at the discharge summary, my inclination was to have you taken into custody, but after seeing you, talking to you, and looking at the rest of the information, not at this time. Not at this time. But thank you for appearing. Good luck and take care. And don't forget, get a copy of the order. Tyler Sorensen, Mr. Sorensen, come on up and have a seat. How's life?
Good.
Any updates on your situation? You're here. That's the good way to start.
On Sunday, I'm going to the VA because they're gonna let me go to the VA to get my alcohol and drug treatment done. No, without a cost.
They're gonna let you go. What now? Tell me a little bit about that.
So, because I was talking to my attorney that I have for this superior court, and she was telling me that one of her clients goes to the VA for drug and alcohol treatment, and then she said I can do the same. So that's what I'm gonna do.
You can do the same. You don't have anything scheduled right now with them?
I mean, my mom says I do, so she's gonna be the one taking me on Sunday.
How are things going in the Superior Court?
They said as long as I'm in the treatment through them by the 2nd of next month, that they won't give me 2 years.
Mr. Radfield, I see that the SOC ends July of this year.
Yeah, the clock is ticking.
The clock is winding down here. Time is running out.
Yeah, time's running out.
We do have a court date on Monday, June 16th. Let's go to July 3rd, I think. Reset the matter to July 3rd, and what I want you to, let's see something positive on July 3rd. You've got a lead here to get into VA, but you need to jump on that. Any idea how things are going to turn out in your other matter?
I'm hoping good. You know, if I do get in, then they won't give me 2 years, but if I don't have any of that done, then they're gonna give me like 2 years or something like that.
I'm hoping that by July 3rd, we'll know a little bit more.
Yeah.
A little bit more about that. Sorensen, I'm citing the order resetting to July 3rd. And again, the time is running out of you're not back in conflict, not have done something, city is very likely to move to set aside the SOT, see, have a finding of guilt entered, and that triggers, not so good things.
Yeah.
But good luck to you. Make sure you stop at the window on the way out, get a copy of today's order, and see you back here in July. Sounds like things are going well, but jump on it just a little harder, okay?
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thank you.
showing up, man.
Yeah.
Take care. Serena Villegas. Ms. Villegas, good morning. How are you? It looks like this is a treatment compliance matter.
I've been making it to the groups and stuff. I just don't know if I gave my counselor the wrong number and he just got back from vacation.
Oh,
I don't know.
the failure to communicate sometimes does happen. Hey, you're here. Yeah, it looks like you need to do the victim impact panel as well as,
I this paperwork copy. The sport date was scheduled for the 18th, so I have one scheduled for the 16th of this month.
you have, oh, great. That takes care of that.
Yeah, I looked at the paperwork like last week and I realized that it was wrong, so that was my fault. Not reading this.
Well,
paperwork
you've
right.
gotten on that and you would have it done except for a mistake in the court date. And you have been going to treatment?
Yeah, my classes.
We just don't have the March treatment report.
This March? Is it
Just
this month?
March.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
now
okay.
it's
Yeah,
March on the docket, but yes, this is May. So we would need April. Mr. Ratfield, any? I'm inclined to reset the matter to July 3rd with this understanding. Ms. Villegas, if you're in compliance, if we have on file proof that you have done the victim impact panel and do have the reports for March and April, you don't need to appear.
Oh, okay.
How's everything going otherwise?
Good. Yeah, it's.
Good. You're here.
It's summer now. So it's
Vertical
fine.
and taking nourishment, that's the important thing. And it sounds like, it looks like you're doing well. So
Yeah.
always good to see. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We'll reset the matter to a back court date. July 3rd, 8:15, same time. And please, probably a good idea to call, a day or two before court and make sure we have on file what you need to have on file. And if that's verified, you don't need to waste your time coming in. Good luck to you. Take care. Don't forget to get a copy of the order on the way out. Good luck to you. Have a good day. That is it for the 8:15 calendar. I presume everybody's here for the 9 o'clock calendar or waiting for their attorney. Is Francis Paulson here by any chance? What, Donnie? Francis Paulson does not answer. Mr. Ratfield, we have one no-show from the 8:15. That would be docket number 1, Thomas Paul Jones. So ordered. Cash or bond? Back on record for any early 9 o'clock matters. Oh dear. I guess we're okay. Back on record for the 9 o'clock private council. Go ahead and bring Mr. White up. Rosalie Cole in the courtroom by any chance? Rosalie Cole? Ms. Cole, come on up and have a seat. Your attorney is here. Good morning, Mr. White. Your client is in the courtroom and taking a seat at the council table. We'll address your matter at this time. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. James White for the defense. As you noted, Ms. Cole's present at council table. Your Honor, we're ready to enter a resolution this morning. This is cause number 5A01495053. If I understand correctly, the city is willing to amend to negligent driving. We're waiving a filing of an amended complaint and ready to plead guilty at this time to that amended charge.
I do note in courts a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of neg 1. Good morning, ma'am. For the record, is your full name Rosalie, middle initial A, Cole?
Correct.
Ms. Cole, the plea form I'm looking at here tells me you've been through the 12th grade in school. Any problem at all going over the plea form with your attorney?
I'm sorry, my hearing aids gave up on me this morning, so I can't hear you.
Then I'll speak up a little bit.
Thank you.
Be able to go over the plea
Yes.
form with your attorney? And,
Yes,
and if you had any questions, were your questions answered?
yes,
Negligent driving is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction, 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. I would be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended. You understand that?
yes,
And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum if I saw fit. You realize that?
yes,
With that in mind, is one count of negligent driving in the first degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on January 25th, 2025. How do you plead guilty or not guilty?
guilty,
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
correct,
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
no,
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense.
okay.
Mr. Ratfield, anything to Mr. White, as far as the recommended sentence is concerned?
We just ask that you follow it, Your Honor. My client did timely complete her evaluation. She has her ADIS scheduled in a couple of weeks. She's already done the DUI victims panel.
Any recommendation as to fine, court costs?
Your Honor, I don't know what the city standard is. That was agreeable to us.
City would like to see.
City's requesting a fine in the amount of $500. Mr. White, anything to, any response?
Your Honor, that's less than the DUI fine of $950, so we're happy with $500.
Hey, thank you.
Yes.
Ma'am, anything you'd like to tell me? You have a right to tell me anything you want. You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about the matter, now's the time.
No.
I certainly hope this has been a learning experience. The reason why a DUI is such a horrible thing when it goes on your record is the number of people we kill
Yes.
every year.
Yes.
You're lucky you're here.
Yes,
You're unhurt. You didn't hurt anybody else.
no,
And your attorney has negotiated just an excellent resolution of the matter. A far less serious charge is going to go on your record as a result of this. You've done a drug and alcohol evaluation. That's part of the order. Expect a compliance report with that on record within the next, say, 90 days.
okay,
90 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. That especially comes to drinking and driving. $500 fine, which you can pay at the whatever rate is comfortable with you,
okay,
as long as it's paid within the next year.
okay,
All I can do at this point is wish you the best of luck. Your attorney's put you just in an excellent position with regard to this charge, but whether you take advantage of that, that's up to one person, and I'm looking at her right now.
That's right.
All I can do is wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Any
Appreciate it.
questions at all?
None.
Mr. White, anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Sign the judgment and sentence in open court at this time. That concludes the matter. We'll be sending your attorney a copy of today's paperwork. I want you to go to the counter outside the courtroom and to your left and get a copy of the of today's paperwork and
Okay,
look it over. And if you have any question about it, give Mr. White a call, okay?
will do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for appearing, and I wish you the best of luck. Take
Thank
care of
you.
yourself. Mr. White, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a nice morning.
Take me a minute. Oh, the matter of Yelm versus Michael Lay. Mr. Lay in the courtroom. Mr. Newcomb is in the Old Court system. Good morning, sir. Are you able to hear me?
I am, Your Honor, and I apologize. For some reason I couldn't there. I'm sure it was operator error. I inadvertently muted it or something. For the record, Jason Newcomb appearing on behalf of Mr. Lay pursuant to a 3.4. We've been in good contact with him recently. He understands what's happening today. Your Honor, this is a little bit of an unusual DWLS. Believe it or not, he got 2 DWLSs in one day. One in this court, one in Thurston. He also had a pending, they call them PDAs in Pierce, essentially an SOC. There was also pending. So I'm attempting to effectuate a global resolution. I think I almost have the Pierce and Thurston pieces in place, and I'll be circling around with Yelm. Obviously, the complicating factor is just trying to get 3 different courts and 3 different prosecutors on the same page. So for all of the foregoing, Your Honor, we would request a continuance. There should be a speedy trial waiver with plenty of additional, I believe the commencement on it probably should be July 15th. So if the court can just set it in the normal course, that would be great.
We do have a July 17th date. Is that
That'll
correct?
work great. That'll actually work great.
I am not finding anything in Old Courts yet, but Old Courts has been a problem lately. I guess I'm gonna need a reset. Mr. Ratfield is in the courtroom. He's preparing the reset order.
And I apologize, Your Honor. I thought that my staff had put one up when they did the waivers. So
Oh, no problem. Wish Mr. Rivera the best of luck. Yeah, dealing with multiple courts. I've heard that referred herding cats or snakes. It's sometimes a little difficult.
well, and it really is. And Your Honor, in one of the cases, I thought we were close to a resolution on it, and then prosecutor swapped out, as is often the case in district court. And so now I've got a new prosecutor who's looking at it slightly differently. So we'll get it done, though.
Was that Pierce County?
It is in Pierce County, as a matter of fact, Your Honor.
Had many clients go through Pierce County in private practice, and yes, that has happened to me on many occasions.
They're constantly rewriting their own internal admin rags for what are appropriate reps too. So you get one rec 1 month and then a different rec the next month on a really, basically, in my opinion, extremely similar fact pattern, sir.
I've had talk.
We're setting them All that's happening, Your Honor, is that we're setting them like crazy. I think I've set 3 or 4 trials. And it's just like, well, all right.
Mr. Newcomb, what day were you preferring?
July 15th,
July 17th.
July 17th, my bad.
I have talked to a prosecutor, say on, Wednesday afternoon, and I showed up for court on Thursday in Pierce County. And somebody else shows up for court now handling the case. It's less than 24 hours.
Oh, it's not uncommon.
I now have an order resetting the matter to July 17th, 9 a.m. Mr. Newcomb will send a copy of that to you and to your client as well.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Am I excused?
Take care. Good luck with these matters, and we'll see you back here in July.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
You too.
I will. Nobody else on we're waiting for attorneys to appear either in person. Yes, sir. Mr. Jones. Well, we called your matter at 8:15. It's now after 9. Stricken, you bet. Where did you spend the time? In the Squally Tribal Court? Do they notify us of that? Or? They released you yesterday? Hey, Mr. Jones, you're right. You were in compliance. We just didn't know that when I called the matter. Hey, you are. Okay, good job. How is life going otherwise? That's winning. That's a good thing. And of course, that's whether or not you have any court dates in the future. That's up to you. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Sounds like life is going well. I hope it continues to go that way. We're good. We're good. You take care of yourself, and thanks for showing up. Maybe that shirt you're wearing, that's maybe not a good. It doesn't bother me at all, but I've been in courts elsewhere where that would the judge people would not be pleased. But you take care of yourself. Thanks for showing. On record, for any matters that are ready to. Mr. Duenhalter, good morning. We'll now call the matter of Yelm versus Armando Acevedo Hernandez. One moment. Mr. Mold, good morning. Solemnly swear or affirm that you'll accurately translate from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, all that is spoken of in this matter. Okay, thank you. Mr. Duenhalter. Good morning, sir. Absolutely. You have a written, doesn't have a signature line for me in it. Is eventually, is one going to be generated in Oak Courts? Or are we? No problem at all. That's
No, we hadn't planned on.
okay, good. No, this'll work. So if it's okay with the parties, it's okay with me. That's it. Good morning, sir. Is your full name Armando Acevedo Hernandez? Okay. Do you disagree at all with anything your attorney just said to the court? He's worked out an excellent resolution to this charge with you. Over the next 60 months, if you do what you're supposed to do, no criminal law violations, do a drug and alcohol evaluation, comply with any recommended treatment, and do that within the next 90 days. At the end of 60 months, the charge will be reduced to a much less serious charge of reckless driving. $24 months. I take that back. It's 24 months. I was looking at the wrong line. I'm prone to do that sometimes. At the end of 2 years, the matter will be reduced to reckless driving if you're in compliance. Now, in return for this agreement, you've given up your rights to go to trial and even appeal if you are convicted at trial. If you violate the agreement and the city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports. And that would most certainly, almost certainly result in a conviction for DUI. Do you have any questions? City have anything further? Mr. Duenhalter, anything further?
No,
Mr. Acevedo Hernandez, it's very important you learn from this. Do not reoffend. Save your own life. Okay. There's going to be a number of requirements here, but as long as you fulfill those, the charge will be reduced and life will go on. Any questions at all? At this point, all I can do is wish you the best of luck. But Mr. Duenhalter has said, if we don't learn from our mistakes, we're going to repeat them. He is confident that you're going to learn from this and there won't be a problem. I certainly wish you the best of luck. And I'm convinced that your attorney is right. What I'm going to do is I'm signing it now. What I'm going to do is hand it back to you, and I'll ask that you take it to the clerk's window, have copies made, and then and leave the original with the in chambers clerk. Mr. Acevedo, what I want you to do is look over the agreement when you'll get a copy of it, and make sure you ask if you have any questions about what you need to do, okay? The recommended penalty is $900 even, I guess. Absolutely. You have 2 years to pay that. Now, 2 years is going to go by like that. The sooner you get started on that, the sooner you're going to be done, and the sooner you're not going to have to think about it, okay? I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I want to thank you for appearing, and your attorneys put you in a good position here to minimize the impact on your life. But whether you live up to that or not is up to you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, John.
And thank you for saying that. The world changes as we age. I'm by far probably the oldest person in the room, and sometimes those changes are not for the better. But I do miss the days when lawyers would call each other on the telephone and resolve an issue that way instead of snarl at each other with transshipments of interrogatories and requests, et cetera, et cetera. Here, yes, I had to get my own signature, please. Or you take care of yourself. Good to see you. Mr. Moe, thank you. You take care. Have a good day. For Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera in the courtroom? Sir, if you come on up, I believe we're trying to contact your attorney at this time. Here we are. Good morning, Mr. DeBrail. We'll take your matter now. Mr. Rivera is in the courtroom and seated at the council table.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alistair DeBray. I'll get my video started in just a second here.
Good morning and thank you. I can now see you as well as hear you. Again, Mr. Rivera is in the courtroom. We'll address the matter now.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, Alistair DeBray for Mr. Rivera. My apologies for being a bit late this morning. I was just in Tacoma Municipal Court and took a little longer than expected.
Having been there, I can well relate to that.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're here today, Your Honor, to enter a plea to an amended charge from DWLS 2 to DWLS 3.
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Tomas Monte Rivera III, I guess?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of driving a license suspended and revoked in the 3rd degree, amended down from 2nd degree. Have you gone over the plea process with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you had any question about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal matter, what's your question answered?
No questions.
Now, DWS 3rd degree is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. You realize that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, if I accept the plea, I would be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended.
Yes, Your Honor.
Accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor.
With that in mind, as to one count of driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree within the city of Yelm on August 8, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody making any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
There is no statement in paragraph 11, but when you were cited, was your license suspended?
To my knowledge, I didn't know, but yes, it was.
It was suspended at that time.
Yes, I didn't know, but yes, it was, Your Honor.
You didn't know, but it was.
Yes.
I will find there's a factual basis for the plea and that the free was freely, unknowingly, and voluntarily made. As far as sentencing is concerned, Mr. DeBrail,
Your Honor, just to let the court know that this was an issue where Mr. Rivera just had no idea that his license was suspended. He worked quickly within his financial constraints to get relicensed as fast as possible. Your Honor, he understands that given the things that he's going through now, that this is absolutely his responsibility, and he needs to be more aware of the status of his license and to make sure he's doing everything legally. I think he's learned a lot from this, just going through this and seeing the restrictions that he has to put on his license now. He's doing it, and I expect him to be more aware moving forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Bradfield, anything to add? Mr. Rivera, you have a right to tell me anything you want. You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know something about your situation, now's the time.
No, I'm good, Your Honor.
I'm glad the 2nd degree charge is behind you. That would result, as you know, in an additional suspension. We live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive. I'm going to follow the recommendation, 90 days, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. That would include don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. You have your license now?
Yes, Your Honor.
As you know now, it's pretty easy to lose it and a little harder to get it back.
Yes, Your Honor.
What you want to make sure you do is keep your current address on file with the Department of Licensing. So if there should be any problem with your license in the future, you get advised of that. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any recommendation as to fine? Mr. Drayo, any comment on that? There's a recommended for the suspended jail time, but no recommendation as to fine.
Your Honor, Mr. Raffield and I didn't discuss fine. I wrote it up as no fine. I would hope that's okay, but I'll punt it to the court.
If no fine is a recommendation, I'm assuming, Mr. Rivera, that it cost you, some money to get your license reinstated.
That is it, Your Honor.
Based on that, I'm not going to impose any fine on this and just
Thank you,
simply
Your Honor.
be glad that you got your license. Your attorney is a bit of assistance here, in
Phenomenal,
putting
sir.
you in a position where you were able to, get reinstated, and now that you are, make sure you keep your
I shall
license.
maintain it, Your Honor.
I'm citing the, order as we speak. And the judgment and sentence. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, get a
Yes, Your Honor.
copy of today's paperwork, and if they have any questions at all, give your attorney a call.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. DeVeo, anything further?
Nothing further. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Concludes the matter. We'll be sending you a copy of today's paperwork as well. You take care and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Concludes the matter. You
You
take
have a
care.
lovely day.
And you as well. Hey, thank you. Francis Paulson in the courtroom by any chance? Ms. Paulson, come on up. Mr. Havico, good morning.
Morning, sir.
You're on the 9 o'clock calendar, ma'am. And you were going to have an attorney appear on your behalf, but now perhaps you wish to have a court-appointed counsel? Are you employed at this time? Would you show that to Mr.
And
Havico?
who's this?
I'm not sure what that is. But your name is Francis Paulson.
So Paulson?
On the private counsel calendar, but no attorney has ever appeared for Ms.
Oh, I
Paulson,
see.
so I'm going to appoint you.
Gotcha.
She's already, a plea of not guilty has already been
Gotcha.
entered. And are you working at this time? I will find that you're indigent. I will appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you. He won't be able to address the matter today. So what we're
Right.
going to do is give you a notice of hearing. You need to be back here on June 16th at 10 o'clock. Now, I want you to go to the window, exchange contact information with Mr. Haverco. Make sure he knows how to get a hold of you. His information will be on the notice of the next hearing. And that, when you leave the courtroom, you can get that at the window outside and to your left.
Hang on. Brilliant. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Paulson, thank you for appearing. You take care of yourself. We'll see you back here on June 16th. Any questions at all? Mr. Haverco's contact information, again, is on the notice of hearing you'll get at the window Stay in touch and we'll see you back here next month. You take care of yourself.
Yeah. There we go.
Jason Turner did not appear. We'll address that matter later. Let's go to the 9:45 calendar. Joshua Ennis in the courtroom. Joshua Anthony Ennis. Does not answer. How about Antonio Hankins? Eduardo Pineda Cortez. Good morning, sir. That's it didn't appear for a review hearing in April of last year. How's life going? Now that we need victim impact panel, we need you to comply with what's going on in life. The right step in Lacey, that's very familiar with that. They'll take care of you. Have you been in to see it before at all? I think you need an evaluation as well. But that's scheduled for the 17th of this month. Any warrant that's issued will be quashed. Let's reset the matter for June 16th at 8:15 in the morning on the compliance calendar. Now, if we have proof on file by your next court date, June 16th, that's a Monday, you don't need to appear. What I want you to do, it sounds like you've got the appointment made. All you need to do is follow through. As long as we have proof on file here by the 16th, you don't need to come to court. But if there's been a glitch and you haven't been able to do what you need to do, please show up. Okay. Any questions at all? I'm not sure what you're. You have a fine here with us. The fine is the least important thing to me. As long as you're doing what you need to do, staying out of trouble, not reoffending, the fine pretty much takes care of itself. Do what you can. Do what you can to take care of it. And if there's a problem, we'll certainly discuss it. But now the only thing I'm really interested in is compliance with the requirements. And the purpose of those requirements is to, they've been shown to minimize the chances of you reoffending, getting back in trouble for the same thing. We don't want to go there. You're here now. Any warrant issue will be quashed. And hopefully by the 16th of next month, you'll be in full compliance and don't have to worry about it. Money wise, where are we? It's not important. We don't need to. You can't. There, you don't have a fine in this court. That was. Pineda, so go to the window, get a copy of today's order, and again, hopefully you won't have to reappear on the 16th of June. But again, sometimes these treatment agencies are good about giving treatment, but they're not real good about getting things to court sometimes. So you want to make sure if you've done everything you need to do, you want to make sure that we have. Any questions at all? Good luck, and don't forget to get a copy of the order at the window. Thank you for appearing. Lori Sheldrew does not answer. Well, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and have a seat. Full name Lori Renee Sheldrew. Yeah. Citation I have alleges that on or about November 5th, 2019, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree and criminal trespass first degree. Both of those are gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 charge for each. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverko to enter a plea of, on your behalf to both charges.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Pre-trial is being set for June 16th. This case has a little bit of age on it. What brings you to court 5 years later? That's it.
I missed the court date to my grandchildren.
The important thing is you're here now, and we're gonna get the matter taken care of. I want you to make sure Mr. Haverko has your contact information. Great. You're gonna get an order resetting the matter to June 16th. You get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and that'll have Mr. Haverko's contact information on that order. Any questions at all? I've always believed better late than never. You're here now. We're going to address the matter and take care of it one way or the other. No, the warrant is quashed. No warrant. As long as you're reappearing and in contact with Mr. Haverko, there won't be a warrant out of this court. Take care of yourself, okay? Don't forget to get a copy of the order at the window. Thank you. Cassandra Wadil Shoptaw? Good morning, ma'am. Is that your full name? Cassandra, how do you pronounce your last name? Wadil Shoptaw? Ma'am, the citation I have was issued to you on June 4th of 2024. It alleges on that date that you committed the offense of theft in the third degree, which is a gross misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I want to thank you for appearing today. Warrant will be quashed because of your appearance. You're here for an arraignment. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you at this hearing. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
As long as Mr. Haverko has your information, his information, the contact info will be on the order that you're going to get, resetting the matter for a pretrial. Any questions at all? I want to thank you for appearing, and again, the warrant is quashed. You don't have to worry about that. June 16th.
All right, I'll be contacting you.
Shabda, thank you very much. Haverko, that brings us to the pretrials. any matters you'd like to put on the calendar at this time?
Yeah, probably. Let me, do we have I'm not sure if we do Michelle Almendinger. Let's call that case anyway, even though she's not here. I believe the city had a motion on that case. Right.
City meetings.
And just for the court's information, she did call me yesterday, pretty upset, and I told her what the city was likely going to be doing. I didn't have authority. I didn't have an authority to tell her not to be here, that there's a court order, but as a practical matter, assuming the city went through with their intended motion, that it would kind of make the court appearance moot. But she said she'd be here, but she had just gotten a job, and
That's
so,
significant, as long as she's going to work.
yeah.
Ms. Almendinger is not, does not respond. That's on the city's motion to dismiss upon presentation, with or without. That's without, I'll sign the order upon presentation.
Is an Xavier Cannell here? This is a case comes on for pretrial hearing for DUI. I did, just for the court's information, I have had a conversation with Mr. Cannell. My understanding, he would be here, but my further understanding is that I believe the city was going to move to dismiss without prejudice based on the fact that they wanted to wait for the outcome of the blood tests that were gathered pursuant to the search warrant.
Upon presentation, sign an order dismissing without prejudice and wait for the patrol lab to do its work.
Is Sean Delargy here? Come on up, Sean.
Mr. Delargy, good morning.
So we're just back. Oh, do you have what you got? Okay. Have you turned it into the court, or? You gotta make sure when you're on oversight by the court, when the court says go do stuff and show proof, you have to make sure that that stuff gets to the court. You can't necessarily rely on the treatment provider. They typically do provide it, but it's ultimately your responsibility to make sure that it gets to the court. Okay, so,
This is so perfect. Delargy, looks like we're starting, April 15th would have been your first, with groups on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. How's it going so far? We haven't received any treatment reports, but they'll come in time. Is it doing you any good? How is this working? Is it working way better than the other? And so sometimes it takes a while to find the right fit. Is this, can I keep this? we'll have it on file if you need to, refer again to the treatment plan, just simply get in touch with us and, do it. I'm gonna find you in compliance, not impose any, sanctions at all. It's been a while, but, hey, I think we're getting there. How's life going, for you otherwise? Realize that this is, kind of a headache. It's a hoop you have to jump through, and it's an imposition on your time. But hopefully it's doing what it's supposed to do, and that's making sure that, there isn't gonna be any reoccurrence that, brings you back in front of this or any other court. That's what it's all about. Good luck to you. Take care of yourself. Strike the hearing. You're in compliance. Thank you. We do have somebody from the 1 o'clock calendar. I don't know if they're is Lawrence, Keel in the courtroom? City may have a motion in that case. Mr. Keeley, come on in and bring your friend with you.
Which one is this?
This is Mr. Keeley, Keele, 1 o'clock calendar.
City of moving to.
Mr. Keeley, what had just happened is this, as you walked in here, you were cited with a criminal offense, driving while license suspended, 3rd degree. If convicted of that, that would bear up to 90 days in jail and up to $1,000 fine. Instead, the city's amended the charge, changed it downward to a charge of no valid operator's license on your person. Now, that's a civil infraction, no jail time. That means you're not entitled to have a lawyer. And if you admit the infraction, I'll impose a $150 fine. If you deny the infraction, I'll set it for a contested hearing down the road. You admit, I'll impose the $150 fine. You know what you need to do to reinstate your license? Money. It's unfortunately, Mr. Keel. How do you pronounce your last name? Keel. Mr. Keel. Unfortunately, that's what it's all about. It's a $150 fine. You can pay it at $25 a month. First payment due June 8th. I'm signing an order reducing the fine to writing. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. If you have any problem making the fine payments, I want you to let us know, okay? We can certainly deal with that, but don't let it go back to the Department of Licensing and add to the misery, okay? Any questions at all? Thank you for your appearing. You're 3 hours early, but hey, it's taken care of. You don't have to come back. Have a good day.
Do we happen to have Canna Morgan on Zoom at the moment? Or?
We do have Jason Turner. Mr. Turner, come on up and have a seat. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 different matters. Mr. Turner, where are we? We may be waiting for an awful long time if it's to get money back from a lawyer. I forget who was representing you. Not familiar with that. If you're indigent, you're entitled to a court-appointed counsel. But this is getting some age on it. We need to move forward. If, do you know how long it's gonna be before you have enough money to retain another lawyer? Mr. Turner, I'm not gonna wait for a couple of months to deal with the issues. Well, I'm gonna suggest you ask for a court-appointed lawyer. If you're indigent, you don't have, are you working at this time? How much do you take home a month? How much, roughly? Yes, you do. That's or you don't have to say to me personally. You have to, and what eventually perhaps say it under oath, discuss it with Mr. Haverco. Mr. Haverco, this is, we're back to page 3 on the docket, docket number 6, 7, 8, and 9, Jason Turner. He was appointed, or he did appear through a private counsel back when, but that apparently relationship, something happened to that. I'm not sure what. And since then, we've just been sort of bubbling along. He comes in and asks for a reset because he hasn't been able to find another lawyer, hasn't been able to recover money from his first lawyer. We're not going to get in the middle of that. But in any event, not willing to just kind of sit on the matter until Mr. Turner can come up with enough money in some indefinite time in the future to talk to him about his financial status and see if he's qualified or not. See, Tom Morgan is on. I'm gonna find that you're not qualified to have a public defender represent you. Matter based on the history that we've gone through, the continual issues that we've had with your retained attorney, I'm not willing to really sit on this matter forever. I'm going to reset this matter until May 22nd. I always kind of wonder, I see somebody that's posted bond and something, but no, I can't hire an attorney. We're going to proceed with the matter on, you have a right to represent yourself. You have a right to have a lawyer. You don't qualify for a public defender. We're going to proceed with the matter on the next court date, and that's going to be May 22nd. Any questions at all? To give you a notice of hearing on all 1, 2, 3, 4, all 4 of your matters. You can pick that up at the counter outside the courtroom and to your left.
I'm just going to advise.
Mr. Cannell, very good idea to keep Mr. Haverco advised of your current address. So when the city does decide to refile the matter, if it does, notice will be sent to you to appear. So we definitely will need an address. Might be a good idea to keep that on file. Okay. With that, you're free to leave. Take care and thank you. And Ms. Morgan is now
Okay.
on
Great.
Zoom. If you
Great.
but I'll defer to you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Your attorney's here in the courtroom, and if he wishes, we'll address your matter at this time.
Okay.
1 second, Ron.
There is a form in.
There is, that's right. And I have had an opportunity to discuss this matter with the defendant and review the police report. And I think it's really a recollection issue, essentially. You know, you wind up getting trespassed different places and you mix up one place with another place. You don't recall where you trespassed. So that's really the basis for the Alfred plea. It's just, she doesn't really have recollection, but agrees that, you know, based on reviewing the police reports, there's likely sufficient evidence for a fact finding of guilt. And she also wants to take advantage of the city's plea offer, which is going to ask the court to inquire.
Good morning, ma'am. Is your full name Tana Marie Morgan?
Yes.
Morgan, do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverco just said?
Yes.
You disagree with it or agree with it?
Agree with it.
I am looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of criminal trespass, 2nd degree. Have you gone over this, the process with Mr. Haverco?
Yes.
If you had any question about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal matter, was there any question you had answered?
No. Yes.
Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, and I am free to impose up to the maximum of 90 and or 1,000 if I see fit to do so. You realize that?
Yes, sir.
With that in mind, with regard to 1 count of criminal trespass, 2nd degree, alleged occurred within Yelm on January 12, 2025. How do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You have to plea of your own free will.
Yes. Sorry, it's hard to hear you.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
I'm going to find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. Now, this is an Alfred plea, which means you've gone over the police reports with Mr. Haverco and realize that if the matter were to go to trial, the trier of fact could find you guilty of the charge, and you want to take advantage of the plea bargain.
Yes.
Having reviewed the discovery in the matter, I do find that there is sufficient factual basis, and I will accept the plea of guilty. Mr. Haverco, anything with regard to the recommended sentence?
Just one more thing, Your Honor. We did talk about the fact that she's currently in treatment as we speak and therefore not working. And so I told her that I would ask the court to consider waiving any financial obligations in light of her situation.
Mr. Ratfield, anything to, Ms. Morgan, anything you'd like to tell me?
I've been in rehab since February, and I'll be here another month. Maybe a month and a half.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
That's, for that reason, I'm not going to impose any fine.
Oh, thank you.
Sends you to 90 days in jail, but suspend all that on condition of law-abiding behavior. I'm going to encourage you to follow through with the treatment. You're getting a lot of assistance there, I'm quite sure, and but take it to heart, mind, and just as they say, one day at a time.
Yeah.
Be well. Be well.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. I'm hoping that this is the last time you'll ever have to hear my voice.
Me too.
And that's I'm sure you too. But do at this point, and I will. I wish you the best of luck, and I'm hoping that you succeed with your treatment there.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing. We'll be sending you a copy of today's paperwork. Mr. Haverco will have a copy of it as well. Now, if you have any question about what the paperwork means, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
That concludes the hearing. Ms. Morgan, thank you very much, and I wish you the best of everything.
Thank you. Bye.
Back to the dashboard, Mr. Haverco. Sorry for the
Oh, no problem.
delay.
Nope, no
Not
problem.
old courts. It's just
Can be stubborn.
operator error and a little bit of stubbornness.
So if we could call number 6 on the 10 o'clock calendar, Kenneth Jaden.
Kenneth Jaden.
Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing, but it's a previous FTA. And so because of that, I really haven't had a chance to chat with them. So
Mr. Jaden, good morning.
So I just asked to kind of restart and, set a new pretrial, and let me verify your phone number. Do you have a phone number or anything? 894? Okay. And I just got his phone number, so next time around, I will likely have been able to chat with him.
Mr. Jaden, for the record, Kenneth Russell Jaden, the request of yourself and your attorney, we're resetting the matter for another pretrial. You need to stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. We're going to give you a notice. You can get that at the counter. June 5th, 10 o'clock in the morning is your next hearing. Again, please get a copy of that at the window, and see you back here next month, June 5th.
Great. Perfect. And I'll be calling. Yeah. Let's see.
Mr. Jaden, thank you.
If we could call Joshua Novello. Have him sign it. This is Joshua Novella here.
Good morning,
Yeah.
sir. Full name Joshua Aaron Novello. Good morning. Matter set for pretrial. I'm looking at a document in the
Right.
full court system. I'll defer to Mr. Haverco for
Thank
the
you, Your Honor.
disposition in the case.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. Pursuant to discussions between the parties, we're proposing a stipulated order of continuance on all of his cases. With 12 months of just, no new criminal law violations, dismissal at the end of that time. He's got some other issues out there, in the meantime, he's kind of gotten himself into some, I think, a little bit of a situation with Olympia, so he'll have to deal with that. But, but this is what the parties here discussed in this court. And then the only issue after the court accepts that, his mother, the victim in the original case, who indicated to me it wasn't much of an assault at all, really, but that, she might have some comments as to whether or not she wants a no contact order or modified or something. My impression is she really doesn't, she may not want him to come to her residence, but she wouldn't mind having the ability to have some kind of contact, perhaps telephonically, but of course I would let her speak to that.
Ma'am, you gestured, if you have something to say, come on up so you can speak into the microphone that's in front of Mr. Haverco there. Go ahead, identify yourself, you please.
You want to sit up? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I am. I'm Joshua's mom.
And your name
I'm
is?
Jessica Novello.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
And
What do you want me to know?
I would appreciate if you drop the no contact order. I want to have a relationship with him. And I want him to come to the house if I invite him for dinner, but he have his own place to stay. Please, if that's possible. Because I really want to have a relationship with my son.
Does the city have any position in the matter? Mr. Novello, anything you'd like to tell me? Mr. Haverco, I see that it's kind of a staggered, it looks like the SOC for the assault is 12 months and for obstructing it's 24 months.
No, it should be the same.
That's one's 12 and the other's 24. Can I edit it to make the all 12?
I believe so. Yeah, I apologize for the, I can go.
No problem. Nope.
But I'm not pressing charges or anything,
That's okay.
but I really want a relationship with him, and he could come and visit when I invite him for dinner, so please.
Mr. Novello, that's your mother. You'll never have a better, it's said, and I agree, you'll never have a better friend than your mother. You'll never have anybody that cares more about you and your life than your mother. It's important. And there's, not every day is sunny and blue skies. It's stormy, and so is every relationship in life. That's just the way it is. But you need to resolve things without any physical violence, any emotional violence of any kind, and you can't obstruct any officer or violate any order that's in effect. That's just the way it is. You have an agreement here. If you abide by it, a year from now, that these charges will be, both of them will be dismissed. They're both, well, all three of them are pretty serious. Protection order violation, obstructing. That would add up to 3 days less than 3 years in jail if that was imposed. However, you have an agreement that you can get these charges just gone, dismissed 12 months down the road. But now, in return for that agreement, you've given up your rights in the in the agreement, no trial, no appeal, there's a violation of any kind, and the city moves to revoke the continuance, and I find that you have violated, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know where that would lead. No place that's any good. At your mother's request, I will lift the no contact order at this time, but it's extremely important that you get along, relate in a peaceable, non-abusive manner. Very, very important. And that sometimes if a situation gets heated between a couple of people that ordinarily love one another, you need to turn and walk away and let the temperature come down. Let things de-escalate a little bit. Sometimes that's something we have to learn. Any questions at all? Approve of the order. I'll sign an order revoking the no contact order upon presentation. What I want you to do is go to the window, get a copy of today's order, look it over carefully, and give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions about what it means, okay? All I can do now is wish the both of you the best of luck, and hopefully you'll never have to hear my voice again. Okay? Good luck.
Thank you.
Ma'am, any questions?
Thank you so much.
Hey,
I appreciate it.
thank me by getting along. Disagree if you will, and I know you will. We all do. That's the way it is. That's the way life is. But at the end of the day, be peaceful. Signing the order as we speak. Get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and again, read it over carefully. Take care of yourselves.
Thank you
Both
so
of you.
much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, in the meantime, what we could do is take up another case, which is actually on the 1 o'clock. It's this gentleman back here, Mr. Noel. Let's see. Mr. Noel, it's number 26 on the arraignment calendar. It's failure to transfer title. Okay, why don't you have a seat, Mr. Noel, and the city might have a motion on this type of case.
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Raymond Scott Noel? Citation charges you with a failure to transfer title within 45 days. The city may wish to amend that. Now, the city's amending that to expired tabs. It's no longer a criminal offense. Believe it or not, I think Washington is one of 6 states where failure to transfer title is a criminal offense. But it's now a civil infraction in your case. If you admit that the tabs were invalid because of a failure to transfer, excuse me, I'll impose a $150 fine. And that concludes the matter. Any question about anything I've just said? Wonderful. Wonderful. Mr. Noel, let's, do you admit or deny that you, yes, ma'am, you raised your hand. Come on up and, temporary place, but yeah, I know. Now, it's the charges admitted, it's not a criminal offense anymore, it's just a civil, it's just an infraction, like a parking ticket or speeding ticket. And all I can do is impose a fine. If you want to admit that the tabs were not valid, I'll impose a $150 fine. You can pay that at $25 a month. Now, the advice that I give everybody is when you're buying a car, don't part with a nickel until you get the title. Because once the seller has rid of the car and has your money, couldn't care less about the title and is not willing to lift a finger to help you with your situation. That's unfortunate situation, but that's where we find ourselves. You admit the infraction, deny it. If you're entitled to a contested hearing, if you want to, but I'll impose a $150 fine based on that. And I'm not sure how you're going to resolve the situation eventually, aside from something illegal like bribery. All I can do is wish you the best of luck with that. Mr. Noel, you get a copy of today's order at the window outside. That concludes the hearing. You don't have to come back to court, any other pleas or anything. And good luck to you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Take care.
Did you go to college? Okay. Did you graduate college? Oh. Okay. So this is Rodana Schaefer.
Ms. Schaefer, good afternoon.
And
Morning.
matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. She and I discussed this case quite a bit at length. We full gamut of, whether to go to trial or, bench trial, just a number of things. And she does have some criminal history, which complicates things. And so I asked her today of her different options, what she wanted to do. And she indicated to me she wanted to enter a plea. Her position is that she, and it's a factual dispute, is that she really didn't intend, that really wasn't what she was up to. But, she would agree that, based on the facts that the city would present, and especially her criminal history, while it's older and wouldn't presumptively come in, but you never know, depending on what happens in a trial and what's said, sometimes that door can get opened and things come in that you don't intend to. And so, that said, so she does want to enter a plea. She wants to do it by way of an Alfred plea. And she understands that, that the court can review it. And if they find that, there's a high likelihood that were it heard by a jury or judge that a finding of guilt would occur, she agrees with that. And she's also entered a plea because she wants to take advantage of the city's plea offer, which is no jail time and a $250 fee.
Thank you, ma'am. Full name, Rodana Lynn Schaefer. Do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverko just said? I am looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the third degree. In the old court system here, plea form tells me you're 50 years of age. You've been through the 12th grade plus. I assume you have no issues at all reading and understanding the English language, and that you've gone over the plea process with Mr. Haverko, and he's answered any questions you might have had. If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, and I could sentence you up to the maximum 364 or 5,000 if I saw fit to do so. With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on March 15, 2025, How do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. Your statement in paragraph 11 does indicate that this isn't an Alfred plea, as your attorney indicated. Now I realize, yeah, intent, that's an issue in a lot of these types of cases, and you can understand that premises, that they're a little jaded because 99% of the people, I forgot, or I meant to, I didn't mean to, that they hear that all the time, so they don't believe it even when it's true, you know. And whether it's true or not, that's up to a trier of fact, and as you know, that could go anywhere. And you do have a right to take advantage of the plea bargain here, which is, I assume, what you're doing. I'm gonna follow the recommendation. All jail time suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay a $250 cost, which you can take care of at the rate of $25 a month. I'm gonna wish you the best of luck, and you know, and bear in mind that this type of offense, it's just become a real thorn in the side for all merchants, because leakage is just always has been a problem, always will be, but for some reason, post-COVID, it seems to have just gotten a lot worse. Signing the judgment and sentence in open court this 8th day of May, 2025. Ms. Schaefer, what I want you to do is get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Before you go, look it over carefully, and if you have any questions, give Mr. Everco a call. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Thank you for your patience. You take care of yourself.
Sign here electronically. Well, I was really wondering what you're gonna do. I understand.
Have a good one. Be well. And
I haven't yet, Ms. Schubert's here, but I wasn't able to reach her ahead of time prior to court, so I'd like to take a moment to speak with her.
Take as much time as you want.
Also, I'd like to speak with Ms. Guerin, who's here as well. So if I could just take a little time out.
Absolutely. We'll go into recess at this
Okay.
time.
Thanks, sir.
Back on record with the pretrials, Mr. Haverko, I'll defer to you to the order and which
Thank you.
any cases are called.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we move, for now to the 11 o'clock calendar and call Jordan Bargain Carter.
Jordan Bargain Carter is in the courtroom. Good morning. The record is your full name, Jordan, middle initial M, Bargain Carter. Good morning.
So this is Jordan Bargain Carter, and matter comes before the court for pretrial hearing on a theft charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations, $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Morning, ma'am. Do you disagree with anything Mr. Haverko just said? I'm looking at an SOC. It's a contract between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney. If you stay out of trouble for 12 months, pay $250 in cost, charge disappears, it goes away. In return for the charge, you've given up your rights to go to trial, have witnesses, appeal if you lose. If there's a violation of the agreement and the city proves that, we're back to square one. A police report will be used, and based on that, you know what the result would be. Most almost certainly a conviction for a fairly serious, a gross misdemeanor. Bargain Carter, I'm signing off on the agreement. What I'll want you to do is go to the counter in front, get a copy of the agreement, read it over carefully, and if you have any questions, give Mr. Haverko a call. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We all make mistakes, and if we don't learn from them, we're condemned to repeat them. So please learn from the agreement.
Next matter is going to be two matters for Ronald Basaw.
Mr. Basaw, good morning.
So he's got two matters for the court, a theft third and a suspended driving third recharge. And what we're going to be doing here is a stipulated order of continuance on the theft charge. Conditions, same conditions as Ms. Bargain Carter. They were together, the same identical conditions. And once the court accepts that, then the city's going to move to amend the suspended driving third charge to an infraction once the SOC is accepted.
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Ronald Leroy Basaw? Is that how you pronounce the name? Basaw. Mr. Basaw, I'm looking at an SOC. I'm going to repeat what I just said. I have to know that you understand it. This is a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by Mr. Haverko on your behalf, under the terms of which 12 months from now, charge will be dismissed if you stay out of trouble, pay costs, most importantly, stay out of trouble. You've given up your right to go to trial, have witnesses. If there's a violation and the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, would almost certainly result in a conviction for a charge that could land you in jail up to 364 days in jail. I'm approving of the agreement. Again, I'm going to want you to go to the window, get a copy of it, look it over carefully, make sure you understand it completely, and give Mr. Haverko a call if you have any questions. Any questions to me? Good luck to you. Take care of yourself.
Oh, and then we still need to take care of the infraction. Have we done that?
City move to amend. If you admit that you didn't have a valid license on your person when you were cited on March 12th, I'll assess $150 costs, and that'll conclude the matter. I'll take your nod as admission, and I'll do just that. That'll result in a second instrument reciting the disposition of the infraction. Mr. Basaw, all I can do at this point is wish you the best of luck. Take care of yourself, and stay out of trouble and be well, okay? Take care of yourself.
Next matter is gonna be Christine Barrett.
There we go. Good morning, ma'am.
Matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. Parties reached an agreement. She's going to enter a straight plea to the charge. Recommendation is all suspended time for 1 year on the condition no new law violations, criminal law violations, and a $250 court fee.
Morning, ma'am. Full name Christine Lynn Barrett. Ms. Barrett, as Mr. Haverko indicated, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree. Excuse me. Plea form tells me you're 54 years of age and you've been through the 12th grade plus in school. I assume you have no difficulty reading, understanding the plea form. You've gone over it with Mr. Haverko. And if you had any questions about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense, was any question you had answered? I accept the plea. You give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum of 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. With that in mind, is the 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on March 16th, 2025. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Heard the recommendation. Mr. Ratfield, anything to add to the? Mr. Haverko, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Ms. Barrett, you have a right to tell me anything you want. You don't have to say anything. But if you want me to know anything about the situation here, now is the time. Okay. Going to follow the recommendation. 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay costs in the amount of $250. And as you've heard me say already, we either learn from our mistakes or we're going to repeat them at some point down the line. Try and bear in mind in the case of most situations like this, the stores experience leakage. And they know about what that leakage is based on their experience. And what they do is they adjust prices accordingly, which has an impact on anybody that shops there. And what that means is it's not just the store that's hurting, it's everybody that goes in. We wish you the best of luck. I want you to go to the counter, get a copy of today's paperwork, look it over carefully, and give Mr. Haverko a call if you have any questions, okay? Ms. Barrett, thank you. Good luck to you. Take care of yourself.
Melissa Olson. Matter comes before the court on a pretrial hearing for a protection order violation. Making a little progress in the case, but we'd like to reset it. Submitted a motion to continue with a speedy trial waiver into O courts and asking to reset it.
About how far
About
would you like
6
to
weeks
go?
out.
Normal course?
Normal course.
Ma'am, we're going to reset the matter at the request of yourself and your attorney. Resolution of a criminal offense does take a lot of consideration and time and perhaps discussion. And gladly give you that as long as you're appearing for court and staying out of trouble. No problem with that at all. Resetting the matter to June 16th at 11 o'clock. I'm signing an order to that effect. I want you to get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko and we'll see you back here then. Any questions at all? Take care of yourself and thank you.
Alexander Peterson. This is one of these DOI search warrant blood test result situations, I believe. I believe the city is going to move to dismiss without prejudice, pending receipt of the results of a blood test.
That's right.
Full name Alexander, middle initial I, Peterson. Mr. Peterson, the city is dismissing this without prejudice. And the reason for that is there's timelines that have to be observed with regard to a criminal case. And unfortunately, the State Patrol Lab, they're behind. It takes them a lot longer than those timelines to generate a result of the analysis that they make of the lab material. What you need to do is keep an address on file with us and with Mr. Haverco, because what happens is city refiles the matter, a notice will go out to you to appear in court on a date certain. And you'll want to make sure you get that notice and it doesn't fail to reach you. You know what happens if you don't appear for court. That concludes the matter. I've signed the order of dismissal. Mr. Peterson, you take care of yourself and be well, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Tracy? This next matter, Your Honor, is on the back on the 10 o'clock calendar. Tracy Gearin.
I have it up now. Ms. Guerin, that's probably the best result of a criminal case that you can possibly get. I'm hearing no objection to the entry of a order of dismissal in here. I'm signing the order. And it's without prejudice, though, and that means the city, should they come up with further evidence or reconsider the matter, they can refile it. But in the meantime, it's dismissed. Any question at all? You take care of yourself, free to leave, and if you want a copy of today's order, you can get it at the window. Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Nicole Schubert, she's also on the 10 o'clock calendar. Had a discussion with the city, and based on that, I think the city has a motion.
Wending my way back to the dashboard. Nicole Schubert. Ms. Schubert, on the motion of the city, I am signing a order of dismissal, again, without prejudice, which means it could be refiled should the city see fit to do so, but that's rarely the case that happens in a matter like this. Any question at all? That concludes the matter. You're free to leave. Thank you for your patience. You take care and enjoy the rest of the day. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Order signed. And again, if you want a copy of that, stop by the window and pick it up. If you don't want a copy of it, it'll always be on file here and you can come and get a copy.
Yeah, it's free to go. And if you need you don't need it, but if you want a written, if you want a written copy of the order, you can get it. But you don't. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Give ourselves time. Do a combination of things, speedy trial waiver, they have more time, and then we'll do a bench, we'll do a jury trial waiver for each together. Okay. That's true. Okay. Just gives more for us, basically. Because the case is open. In reality, So sign here. for Frank County. Okay, that's good. Good. And then we gotta do one more, 1 second. Sign again. Great. So this is Marcus Williams on the 11 o'clock calendar.
Good morning,
And-
sir. Marcus Lester Williams.
Yeah, matter comes before before the court for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. We've submitted into courts a couple of documents, a motion to continue, including a speedy trial waiver to allow time. And then we've also submitted a jury trial waiver. And what we're looking to do is just, at the court's convenience, just find some dates to schedule this for a bench trial, you know, and schedule a trial confirmation, you know, a couple weeks prior. And so we're not picky
Let's-
about when, just whatever is convenient for the court.
Let's do a combined pretrial / readiness hearing.
Sure.
With the trial date. What would the reason for the 2 dates is this, it's getting ready for trial and preparing for trial. That involves witnesses, pretrial motions maybe. So that's always schedule a readiness hearing to make sure everybody's on the same page, that all pretrial work needs to be done, all motions are heard, things of that nature. Any question at all?
Yeah, and I don't anticipate any, you know, it's a theft case, so I really don't anticipate any pretrial motions of any kind. I believe discovery has been completed. There's no issue about custodial statements. And the defense is just general denial.
General denial,
Yeah.
not guilty.
Yeah.
So,
Donnie, do I need to kind of fill out that?
Yep.
One day I'll remember that someday. Let me see. I think discovery's complete.
Two dates, June 5th, June 16th,
don't-
they're both
yeah.
referenced in the
Right.
order. Mr. Williams, any questions at all? Thank you for appearing. Thank you for your patience.
Wait 1 second, because I think I have to have you sign this.
Is make sure it's,
Yeah. This is just like identifying if there's certain issues.
it wouldn't identify any pretrial issues, witness
Yeah, go ahead.
problems. If so, they can be raised,
Yeah,
whether they're
right.
referenced here or not.
It's just your straightforward, you know,
It is.
yeah, we're good there. Okay, I think that we've signed the pretrial conference. Did I put in, okay, do I need to insert a waiver? Because you deleted, which is fine. But do I still need to add it? You did, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for doing it.
Mr. Williams, thank you for appearing. Thank you for your patience. Good luck. Take care. We'll see
Yeah.
you back here
So, yeah. Just
June
get-
5.
Yeah, just get a copy of the paperwork before you go, because that'll have your dates. Yeah, just make sure you show up. That's okay. Yeah, we'll talk on the weekend. Okay. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, you take care. Yeah, let's go ahead and call that.
Well.
So, yeah, let's get Tina Dawson on the line here.
We have somebody online. Ms. Dawson? Good morning, ma'am. Are you able to hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you.
And you are Tina Marie Dawson?
Yes, sir.
Morning, ma'am. We'll address your matter now. Mr. Haverco is at the council table. I'll turn to him for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking to reset the matter just to refresh the court on where we're at on this thing. This is the individual who's currently residing in Montana.
Yes.
She has made some progress. I spoke with her within the last couple of days. I believe she has gotten the materials from her treatment and related to an incident in Montana off to a local provider here in order to conduct the assessment. And, you know, where we're trying to get to is ultimately hopefully a deferred prosecution assessment. That's the goal. And
That takes time.
It sounds like she has, you know, the movement's been slow, but part of it, I guess, is just, the Montana place didn't want to send anything electronically. So I guess it had to be snail mailed to local providers. She finally apparently does have a relationship with a local provider. I can't recall who it is, but it was one of the local providers here. Could be Freedom Recovery. And so hopefully, you know, I explained to her the next step is, you know, you just have to complete the eval, and if they need a copy of the police report, just ask me for it and I can provide it. And then hopefully I'll become in receipt of an evaluation and
Proceed accordingly.
yeah, so that's where, so just procedurally today asking to reset. I'd ask to reset it in 6 weeks.
Ms. Dawson, thank you for appearing. Request of your attorney, we're resetting this matter and we'll be sending you notice. I realize that these takes a while to prepare and present a deferred prosecution if that's the way this matter is going to be resolved. I want you to stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. The best of luck to you there in Montana, and above and beyond all, stay out of trouble and stay in touch, okay?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I'll be signing the order once it's presented, and you'll be sent a copy of it, and Mr. Haverco will have it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Notice of hearing. She can't appear on Zoom. And that I see nobody left in the courtroom but us, right? Nobody online. We can address the no-shows, I guess. That's Hankins. Like a bail bond? What? Yeah. Well, that's good news for both Mr. Hankins and the bonding company as well. City moves to forfeit. And moves for warrant. Warrant will reissue 2,500, 5,000, what? 2,500, and notify the usual notifications for the sudden and unexplained failure of the out of custody bond. That's usually fairly unusual. We don't get. I think the first no-show I have from the 10 o'clock is Tracy Guerin.
Oh, that was dismissed. Yeah.
Got it. sometimes, Dan, I just can't keep up with you.
You kind of, yeah.
Yep. I'm sorry. And I thought the order's been signed.
I show as a no-show on the 11 o'clock, which I'm surprised because on Reginald Coleman, I had a guilty plea prepared. Oh. Okay.
And that was more than 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh. Right, running late.
been ran out of gas or the car broke
Right.
down or flat tire maybe.
Right, and then, yeah, and then probably got a flat in his tennis shoe on the way to get the gas to
That
refill
was-
his tank. So I guess, maybe he'll show up later and we can take care of it. I guess, I don't know if the court wants to issue a warrant now. I would ask just to note the non-appearance, and if he shows up later, great.
If he moves for a,
Otherwise, I'd have to reset it with notice.
if Garrett moves for a warrant, I'll order it and then it won't go out if
Since I had
Mr. Coleman
contact
does
him with-
appear.
Since I had contact with him recently,
Just wait, okay.
Yeah.
Tentative reset or, I would
and
assume, yeah, if you've been in contact and I'm
Yeah,
on my way, I'm on
yeah,
my way, it's
right.
just,
So,
oh, no show, but reset. Let's see.
on Anthony Nelson, basically, I don't have a phone. I made notes when he came in. He didn't have a phone, don't have a way to contact him, don't have any information.
And the docket indicates new violation in district court. Garrett, motion on Nelson at all? Or the- 1,000 cash or bond. Mr. Williams, yeah, failed to appear at the last 2 hearings, but
Yeah, he was, I had contact with him. He actually was, I guess, hospitalized. He has some health issues.
whoa.
So, that is why he
That's
missed the
never good.
last court hearing.
Yeah.
It's my understanding.
Good afternoon. We're going to go on record for the 1 o'clock calendar. Hopefully my voice will hold up. Before I give advisement of rights, I know we have some private council matters here. We'll start with them. I believe, Ms. Langley, you have Mr. Bueno here. Take that matter now. Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. Thanks. Is your full name Dominique France Bueno?
Yes, Your Honor.
Citation I have alleges that on or about May 3rd, 2025, you committed the offenses of DUI, driving under the influence of intoxicants. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You're also cited for hit and run unattended. That's a simple misdemeanor. Maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf. Ms. Langley, do you waive formal advisement of rights? Thank you. Mr. Bueno, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial conference, which we'll set at this time. Ms. Langley, that's always 9 o'clock in the morning. What would be a good date? May 22nd, July 5th, or June 5th, June 16th? Okay. Mr. Bueno, June 5th is set for a pretrial. Meantime, there's going to be conditions of release, law-abiding behavior. Don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. Don't drink and drive at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Your attorney's asked to address the matter of bail. City, any objection? I see no priors. Bail will be exonerated. And of course, the other obligations appear for court as directed. You've done that already, and I trust and assume you'll stay in touch with Ms. Langley and appear in the future.
Acknowledged.
Preparing the order on arraignment at this time. June 5th, 9 a.m. Mr. Bueno, I'm signing the order electronically. I want you to go to the window. Both you and your attorney will get a copy of today's order. Any questions at all? Ms. Langley, anything further? We'll see you back here, date of the pretrial. Take care. I know we have other private counsel matters here. I'll defer to step forward, tell me who you're representing. I'll pull the file and.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm gonna take off my-
Mr. Wilson, good afternoon. Citation alleges that on or about April 19th, 2025, you committed the offense of DUI, driving under the influence of intoxicants. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Turn to your attorney at this time for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
Mr. Wilson, I plead not guilty, statement of waiving the
I do note from the DCH, there are a couple of priors, both within the last 10 there. I have to require ignition interlock installation within the next 5 days. City wish for any further? Mr. Wilson, it's very important. You need to, I'm sure you've talked to your attorney about this. Absolutely can't drive unless you're licensed and insured. Very important that there be absolutely no drinking and driving at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, and you're going to have to install ignition interlock on your vehicle and file proof for the court within 5 days. Is that going to be enough time?
Yes, that should be enough time. The only other thing I want
I don't see any history of failure to appear. City have any problem exonerating? So also we're going to exonerate bail. And then, of course, the other conditions of release are stay in touch with your attorney, appear for court as directed, as you've done so today. We're getting the date, council, the pretrial date, May 22nd, June 5, June 16. And from there we go to July 3rd.
Folks, okay, we go out to July.
City hearing, make any objection? We're going to set the pretrial for July 3rd. That'll be 9 a.m. in the morning. I'll need to have you here in person. Your attorney, if he wishes, can appear by way of Zoom.
Hope he does. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, we're preparing the order at this time. I've now signed it. I want you to go to the counter with your attorney. You'll get a copy of today's order, as your attorney will. If you have any questions about it, that's what you need to take up with your attorney. Any questions of me?
No, sir.
Good luck to you. We'll see you back here in July.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And thank you, sir. Have a good day. I think we may have one more lawyer here on. I presume that I would not hear an objection to a dismissal of the charge, and the motion, city is granted, with or without prejudice. Without, Ms. Galvin, a dismissal without prejudice means that should the city reconsider, change its mind, basically have new evidence, for whatever reason decides to refile the charge, they can. And for that reason, I would advise you, make sure that your attorney knows where you are, have a mailing address on file with him. Upon presentation, I will sign an order of dismissal. I'm signing that order in motion and order of dismissal. Need a copy of that. Can be gotten at the window outside the courtroom. Thank you, sir. Ms. Galvin, good luck. Take care. Any other private counsel matters in the not to be heard? You heard an arraignment, which is your first appearance after receiving a criminal citation. I'm going to call you up one at a time. You need to know a couple of things. One, you have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding. If you're indigent, I'll appoint a lawyer to represent you throughout the course of your case. In any event, Mr. Haverco or a public defender will enter a plea on your behalf at this time, whether he winds up representing you or not. The plea that's entered at this time is always not guilty. The effect of that is simply a preservation of your rights pending further proceedings. The next thing that's going to happen is a pretrial conference. You need a chance to discuss your matter with your attorney, and your attorney needs to discuss the matter with the city. And if a resolution can be agreed upon with regard to the filed charge, that's put on the record. If not, matters either continued for another pretrial or the matter set for a jury trial, if you wish, in the county where the offense was alleged to have been committed. If you have any question about your rights or what you're charged with, either ask myself or Mr. Haverco, who's outside the courtroom but will be in very shortly. Would you ask Mr. Haverco to come in? Is Clarence Matthew Allen in the courtroom by any chance? Mr. Allen, if you'd step forward, go ahead and have a seat if you would. Full name, Clarence Matthew Allen. Citation I have alleges that on or about May 4th, 2025, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you, and he will do so throughout the course of the matter should you be indigent request his services. Mr. Haverko?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Allen, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights. We're setting the matter for pretrial as we speak. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko. I want you at this time to give your contact information to Mr. Haverko.
Yeah.
I'm signing an order here in a minute. It'll have his contact information on it, but if you do that at this time, I'll sign an order setting the pretrial for June 16th at 10 o'clock. You can get a copy of that order. I want you to do that outside the courtroom and to your left, okay? Any questions? Go ahead and furnish the information.
Before you go. Great. I'll be calling you.
James Amadon in the courtroom. James Amadon. Good afternoon, sir. Full name James Owen Amadon. Mr. Amadon, the citation I'm looking at alleges that on or about April 21, 2025, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. Once again, that's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty upon conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverko to enter a plea on your behalf, and they'll represent you throughout the course of the matter should you be indigent and request his services.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Amadon, we're going to set a pretrial for June 16th, 2025. That'll be on the order today's hearing. Go ahead. You have a question.
Do you have a phone number? Give me a phone number, please. Okay. 2002. So when is your, you know, approximately? The first or second. He's got a family issue going on in the first, he's not sure exactly the date, but the first or second week of June. So if we could maybe set on
You
a
certainly
date.
could. Why don't we go to July 3rd then?
Yeah, is that okay?
Is that going to work?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you'll have Mr. Haverko's contact information. It's going to be on the order. And if that becomes a problem, and I'll say this for everybody, cars break down, people get sick, tires get flattened, et cetera. There's a problem getting to court, give us a call. Let us know. We cheerfully reschedule matters for which you cannot appear if you have a good reason for not doing so. But yeah, just ignore things, they go to a warrant.
Free to go, just get a copy of the order before you go.
That's being amended at this time, July 3rd, 11 a.m. Tiffany Anderson in the courtroom. Tiffany Anderson. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Tiffany Marie Anderson. Ms. Anderson, the citation alleges on or about February 23rd, 2025. You committed the offense of assault in the fourth degree domestic violence. That is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverko to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you throughout the course of the matter should you be indigent.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea. Yep.
One eight.
778, okay.
Anderson, the most important thing is that the parties maintain the peace in the meantime. Any problem with the alleged victim in this matter is a Kyle Baxter? Any problems continuing? Any problem maintaining no contact with him at all, or? Okay. Citing the order, setting the matter for a pretrial. And again, conditions are released to stay out of trouble, keep the peace especially, and stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and appear back here for your court date.
It'll be, on your.
And that is on June 16th. And that's going to be on the
Yeah,
order.
you don't need to write it down.
Don't need to
Yeah.
write it down, June 16th.
Go ahead sign
And
it.
again,
Sign with this one.
Mr. Haverco's contact info is on that order.
Yeah, just check in with the clerk before you go. She'll give you a copy of today's paperwork.
Again, yeah,
Yeah.
before you leave the building, just go to the clerk's window, ask for a copy of the today's order, and we'll see you back here at your pretrial date.
Yeah.
Any questions, Ms. Anderson? Good luck. Take care. Matthias Cannell? Yes, come on in, go ahead. I like to have people here in person. Is it impossible for you to appear in person?
No, I just started this new job, so.
how? Did he have a preference?
City's okay.
It's you can appear by Zoom and you take care. You're welcome. Matthias Cannell, Cannell, does not respond. John Chapman. How about Joey Dow? Mr. Dow, good afternoon. Go ahead and have a seat. City may have a motion in your case. You were charged with the criminal offense of driving with a suspended license in the 3rd degree. City is moving to amend the charge to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. The difference is this: 3rd degree DWLS, that's a criminal offense. If you're convicted, the offense bears jail time of up to 90 days in jail and up to $1,000 fine. No valid operator's license, that's a civil infraction. If you admit it, I assess a $150 fine. That concludes the matter. No possibility of any jail time. I'll take your thumbs up as an admission. I'm going to set the penalty at $150, and you can pay that at $25 a month. Question I have is, do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? It's a financial responsibility thing, and I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't, and I've heard the problem before. Ordinarily, once you've made arrangements with the purported injured party, you can reinstate, but if you can't get a hold of the injured party, which in this case is an insurance company, that's oh boy. Well, ordinarily with 3 years from now, the statute, from the accident, the statute of limitations will run on any claim, and you'll be okay. I hope you don't have to wait 3 years from the accident. Mr. Dow, I can just wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and I hope you're able to reinstate before too long. And of course, the other thing is, if you don't have a number that you can't post, yeah, you're stuck. Good luck. Thank you, Mr. Dow. You get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom. Take care of yourself. Halen Flag. Does that answer? Mr. Van Vechten, do you have a matter? I think here, private counsel, always take them first. I'll take you next. Well, the matter of Yelm versus Deonna Lee McLeod. About if you'd step forward and have a seat, go ahead and have a seat if you would. Full name, Deonna D. McLeod. Ms. McLeod, the citation I have alleges that on or about April 26, 2025, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th-degree domestic violence. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to turn to you, your attorney, for the entry of a plea on your behalf. Stipulation of probable cause, purpose of this hearing only. Waive any formal advisement of rights. No problem. Mr. McLeod, your attorney has entered a plea of not guilty. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. Conditions of release are always law-abiding behavior. Abide by any no contact order, and one has been entered in this case. Stay in touch with your attorney and reappear for court as directed. Any questions? I'll hear from you, sure. Children, what kind of ages are we talking about? Is it all four kids? All four children, I should say, I shouldn't say kids. Is it all four children that we're talking about here? And the city satisfied that? And that hasn't been modified or changed or? And the ages, where are we talking about in the ages? Are the kids get along well with each other? Are they all together right now? That's a. City have any input? I'm inclined to withdraw the order as it affects the children only, not your ex-husband. They aren't a party to this. They are listed in the order that I signed earlier, but I think based on the representations of your attorney, I'll dismiss the no contact. I might have been born at night, but it wasn't last night, and I'm well aware that sometimes the statutes that have come into vogue in the domestic relations here, they're sometimes used as a bludgeon or a weapon or as a defense in disputes that have nothing to do with why you're right here, right now. So upon presentation, I'm going to sign. I don't know if we can prepare one at this moment. That might have to wait until later in the day. Reserve it with regard to the estranged spouse and withdraw it with regard to just children only. Never done that before. So we may have to get a little creative drafting wise. Going to wait till later on that, Donnie. And Oak Courts it's anybody that goes to court is Oak Courts is and of course, as far as a pretrial is concerned, we'll have to go back to that. Available dates are May 22nd, go to June 5, June 16. June 5, yes. 9 o'clock in the morning. The 16th. And that's a Monday. Okay, we'll go to the 16th. I usually want Ms. McLeod to be here, but the attorney can always appear by Zoom if council wishes. Yes, still working on the modification of the no contact order. Yes, I know. I've never done a partial release of one of these orders, but there you go. Is the new one ready to sign? I'm not seeing anything. It is, it is. Let me go through it here for a second. I guess what we have to do is rescind and reissue. I will sign, the new one at this time. I'm accustomed to getting the card before the horse. I've got the motion to rescind, new contact order, and of course, that'll be, have your client served with that with both at the counter. But as long as she has a copy with her. Sign three things in order on today's hearing, setting your pretrial for the 16th. Again, I'll need you here in person, and your attorney can appear if he wishes by a Zoom. An order withdrawing the earlier no contact order, and it's being reissued to apply to just Victor David Rodriguez only, not any children. And of course, these no contact orders are kind of touchy things, and I'm sure that Mr. Van Ettington will discuss with you what you need to do. Any questions at all of me? That concludes the hearing. You get a copy of all three documents at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Thank you. Take care. John Chapman did not answer. And how about Kaylin Flagg? Kaylin Flagg. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Kaylin Gale Flagg. Flagg, you were cited for failure to transfer title within 45 days of achieving ownership. City may have believe it or not, failure to transfer title within 45, that's a criminal offense. Conviction that would bear up to 90 days in jail and up to a $1,000 fine. City has amended the charge to a civil infraction. The difference is this: criminal offense, you can go to jail. Civil infraction, it's just a ticket. I can impose a fine, that's it. No jail time. If you admit that you had expired tabs or invalid tabs when you were cited on April 27th, I'll assess a $150 fine, and that will take care of the matter. If you don't think you did anything, violate any rule, you're entitled to set the matter for a contested hearing. Any questions about anything I just said? Do you wish to admit or deny? Okay. I'll assess a $150 fine. Trying to save my voice here. That's you can pay that at $25 a month starting June 8th. Now, do you know what you need to do to get title transferred? That's the general advice that I'm going to give again for the second time today. Anybody, you buy a car, make sure before you part with your money, get the title. Because once your seller has money and no longer owns the car, couldn't care less about doing any work to get the title transferred. So that'll be the judgment. I've signed the order. Ma'am, you can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. I want you to get a copy of that, review it carefully. If you have any issue, any problem making the fine payments, please let us know, okay? Good luck to you and take care. Amanda Franzak. Yes, we can. Ms. Franzak, go ahead and have a seat. Go ahead, if you seat back in the courtroom. Mr. Scott, good afternoon. How are you? Hey, not bad at all. Got some good news. In the meantime, after we talked briefly that one time, I see you did have a chance to, and we were notified that you did have a chance to meet, and I would have called the matter earlier had I known, but we'll get to that. Now that I have, city have any motion or request in this matter? Docket number 34. We can simply do a simple arraignment, reset the matter for a pretrial. Mr. Scott, you were cited on May 4th, 2025 for two things. One, theft in the third degree. The other one, criminal trespass, first degree. Those are both gross misdemeanors. They both have the possibility of jail time, 364 days in jail each, and a $5,000 fine each. Mr. Haverko is our public defender. He's seated there next to you. He's going to enter a plea on your behalf, and he's going to represent you in this matter. Mr. Scott?
Your Honor, stipulate to probable cause and support to enter not guilty, please.
Mr. Scott, please, if not guilty, preserve your rights. Pending a pretrial, which we're going to set in a moment. There's going to be some conditions of release, and those are going to be law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko, your attorney. The order I'm going to sign today is going to have his contact information on it. I want you to give Mr. Haverko your contact information.
You have a phone number?
Probably not. It's if it's assessed, it's apparently Mr. Scott's already on a diversion program with another court. We'll probably you'll need to talk to the prosecutor is going to need to talk to Mr. Haverko about that. My guess would be that this proceeding or these charges are just going to be shirt-tailed on that. That's where I would want it to go in any event, but it's kind of up to the parties. I could make as a condition of release in this matter that he abide by any and all directives of his diversion, if I'm allowed to do that at this point. Mr. Scott, you've got some real good help here, and that hand has reached out. I want you to take full advantage of it. That's what I want you to do is fashion your life in such a fashion as that you're not winding up having to listen to somebody like me on occasion. I'm sure you can do without that. And with help, you'll be able to do that. Going to note a plea of not guilty. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. That'll be June 16th at 10 o'clock in the morning. Any questions at all, Mr. Scott? Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko. He's your help also in this matter. Now, Mr. Scott, if you go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, you're going to get a copy of the order signed today, and it has the conditions in that. Ms. Fronczak, come on up. I have to say for the record, is your full name Amanda Ray Fronczak? Ms. Fronczak, the citation I have this time is issued to you on April 30th and alleges that on that day you committed the offense of criminal trespass, second degree. Again, simple misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter as well. He'll enter a plea on your behalf. And
Stipulate
represent
probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Ms. Fronczak, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights. Pretrial will be June 16th, 2025 again. Conditions release are law-abiding behavior, no drugs, and don't go where you've been trespassed from, okay? That's something you need to talk to Mr. Haverco.
Yeah, so before you go, just check in at the window and they'll give you a copy.
Ms. Fronczak, good luck. Arthur Garza. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Arthur Garza Jr. Mr. Garza, the citation alleges that on April 28th, you committed the offense of DWS third degree. City may have a motion in your case. You've seen that happen before, Mr. Garza. If you were paying attention, you may already know this. Criminal charge is what you walked in here with. The city's amended that to a civil infraction. The infraction of no valid operator's license is just that. It's there's no jail time. You admit it, I'll impose a $150 fine. You deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing down the road. Any question about anything I just said? You wish to admit or deny? Your choice. Question is, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? I'm just going to urge you to do whatever you can to get it reinstated. We live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive. So if there's a way to get your license reinstated, my advice is go ahead and do that. Usually it takes money. Signing an order, setting the fine. You can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. If the main interest here is in getting you reinstated. If you have trouble making the payments on this fine, let us know. We can work with that. Okay? Mr. Garza, good luck. Hope you get reinstated. Take care of yourself. Jeanette Gorton. Good afternoon, ma'am. Jeanette Lee Gordon is your full name? Same charge, driving license suspended or revoked, third degree?
I don't think the city's making a motion because she has another charge. Loaded pistol and vehicle, or pistol and vehicle.
Yeah.
So the city wouldn't usually amend.
I'm sorry, I didn't read far enough down on the docket to realize that.
Yep.
Well, you're also cited for having a pistol unloaded in the vehicle. Each of those is a misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. At least I'm thinking that. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you.
So would stipulate to probable cause on both issues, on the suspended driving and also the unloaded pistol and vehicle. Support dinner, not guilty, please. You have phone number?
I'm gonna reserve ruling on the,
Okay.
I don't, the pistols and firearms in vehicles, that can be a confusing statute, and I'm not sure about an unloaded. I was going to look into that a little bit further, and I haven't yet, but I'm sure the parties will.
Don't make any statements.
Yeah, any statements? Yeah, make sure you talk to your attorney.
Go ahead and sign here.
I'm signing today's order. What I want you to do is get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and he has your contact information, does he? Okay. And be back here for court on the 16th. Good luck to you. Take care. We'll see you back there then.
Yeah, free to go. Just go to the window before you go and to get copies of the paperwork. Yep.
I should have noticed that. But Stephen Hand. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Stephen, middle initial A, Hand II. Citation alleges that on or about April 30th, 2025, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended, revoked, 3rd degree. The city is not in my general direction. That means the city is amending the charge from the criminal offense to the civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, isn't any jail time even possible? It's a $150 fine. If you deny that you committed the infraction, Mr. Hand, we can set the matter for a contested hearing at a later date. Any question about anything I've just said? What do you wish to do, admit or deny? 150 it is. And same question, you know what you need to do to reinstate. I'd make that a project in life. Usually what it takes is money. And here we are just digging the hole a little bit deeper for you, but I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And again, I'll tell you that if the fine here interferes with getting reinstated, let us know and we can certainly adjust things accordingly and put things off until later. Important thing is stay in touch. Mr. Hand, thank you for your patience. Any questions? Good luck to you. Get a copy at the window. Jacob Haslett does not respond. Courtney Hebert. Sometimes O courts makes me do things twice. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Courtney, middle initial J, Hebert? Citation alleges on or about April 29th, 2025, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree, domestic violence. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, as the court to enter not guilty plea.
Ms. Hebert, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial. I want you to give Mr. Haverco your contact information. Siebert, the condition was, no issues, no problem, no contact with Alexander Westerman. Is that gonna continue to be okay? There was no formal order entered. The condition was no release. I'm gonna change that to no hostile contact with the, you know what that means? That means hostile. I can't really define that. But what it means is this: if there's a dispute and the police are called and they show up, guess who's gonna get arrested? We don't wanna go there. Keep the peace, make sure. No hostile contact. Ms. Hebert, we're gonna set a pretrial for June 16th.
It's always on a Thursday.
Order is signed. Get a copy of that at the window and see you back here next month.
Yeah, so just go to the window and I'll print up a copy of the order for you, which we put in. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Hebert. Carrie Ingersoll. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ms. Ingersoll was cited for NVOL without ID, as well as no insurance to the criminal infraction. The city amended with, the city is amending this to from a criminal offense and an infraction to 2 infractions. Yeah, believe it or not, no valid operator's license without ID is a misdemeanor with bearing jail time, but it's now amended to with ID, which makes it the infraction. So you've got 2 infractions, no insurance and no license. The insurance citation, that's what, $559 on its face, but I would change that in any event. First of all, do you admit or deny the infractions? Okay. All says 150 on the NVOL charge. 550 is way too much. Let's reduce that to 150 as well. Now, Ingersoll, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? Money? But there's a problem. Good luck with resolving it. Signing an order to the effect. When I get to it. And I'll say the same thing to you. If there's an issue making the payments, let us know. We can deal with that, okay? Please get a copy of today's order at the window, and good luck to you. Mr. Keel, we dealt with this morning. How about Robert Knox? Robert Knox does not answer. William Lee. Mr. Lee does not answer. Let's try Shane Maloney. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Shane Ryan Maloney. Mr. Maloney, the citations I have allege that on or about November 5th, 2024, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended, revoked, 3rd degree. Again, that's a simple misdemeanor, max of 90 and or 1,000. You're also cited for DUI, driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That's a gross misdemeanor, maximum penalty, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You are also cited for driving a license suspended or revoked in the second degree on April 28th, 2025. That also is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You're in a diversion on the DDoS third and the DUI. You owe us a victim impact panel, I think, on that. Made any progress on? That's something you should talk to Mr. Haverhill. With regard to the new charge, the pending charge, on April 28th, Mr. Haverhill will represent you on that matter as well. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
So to the suspended driving secondary charge, stipulate probable cause, as the court to enter not guilty plea. That phone number.
Mr. Maloney, we're going to set both matters, or all matters, on June 16th, 11 o'clock in the morning. Maloney, if you are in treatment, you might want to check with them. You may have attended or gotten a victim impact panel somewhere along the line. You should check with them. And then Mr. Haverhill is there to answer any questions you might have. Good luck to you. Take care of yourself. Please get a copy at the order at the window. Alyssa Pepper, there's a note in the file on the Peppers. How about Terry Richards? We'll name Terry Wayne Richards. Take your time, take your time. Citation alleges in honor about April 30th, 2025. You committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That's a gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. And appoint Mr. Haverhill to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
So as to both matters, stipulate to probable cause, both on the DUI matter and then the controlled substance violation, as the court to enter not guilty, please.
Mr. Richards, you're also cited for knowing possession of a controlled substance. That also is a gross misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of 180 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Plea of not guilty has been entered with regard to both charges. Number of infractions that were issued along with the criminal sites. We'll calendar those along with the other matters. Mr. Richards, given the nature of the offense, conditions release are don't drive unless licensed and insured. Don't drink and drive at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Maintain contact with Mr. Haverco and appear back here on June 16th at 10 o'clock in the morning for a pretrial. The date and time and Mr. Haverco's contact information is on today's order. Stay in touch with him and be back here, okay? Any questions at all? Thank you, Mr. Rich. Get a copy of the order at the window and we'll see you back here next month. Take care. Gilberto Rivero. Rivero does not answer. Cassandra Short. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Cassandra, middle initial C, Short? Citation alleges on or about April 26, 2025, he committed the offense of theft in the third degree. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Be sure I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea. Get the phone number. 406. Sure.
Ms. Short, thank you very much. Free to leave. Don't forget to get a copy of the order at the window outside to the left. Thank you, ma'am. And you as well. Take care. Is Cassie Scarer, Skaarer? I get no answer. I'm probably mispronouncing that anyway. How about Vanessa Stutzman? Good afternoon, ma'am. You were cited for, if your name is Vanessa Audrey Stutzman, driving license suspended, revoked, third degree, and you've heard the spiel on that before, assuming the city is going to make the same motion, and it does. The city is making this no longer criminal, but a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, Ms. Stutzman, it's $150. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any question at all about anything? What would you like to do, admit or deny? I'll assess 150, and of course, you know what I'm going to ask. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate? I'd make it a project in life. So.
Yeah.
As I've said a good many times, we live in a world where you got to be able to drive to just function. Sign the order, setting the fine at 150. You can pay that at 25 a month. And if there's a problem making the fine payments, let us know. We can deal with that. Okay. Good luck to you. Hey, you take care.
Yeah.
Alani Elizabeth Thomas. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Alani Elizabeth Thomas. If I mispronounce a name, I apologize. I'm real good at that. But In any event, you were cited for driving a license suspended, revoked second degree on April 14th, 2025. That is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, as the court to enter not guilty plea.
Ms. Thomas, a plea of not guilty does preserve your rights pending a pretrial, which we will set. You've heard me indicate a few times, the major interest we have here is in you getting relicensed, getting reinstated. Pretrial will be June 16th. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and in the meantime, law-abiding behavior, don't drive unless licensed and insured. We'll see you back here on June 16th. The time will be 11 o'clock, and that'll be in the order. You can get a copy of it at the window. Ms. Thomas, good luck, and thank you. You as well. How about Julia Torres? Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Julia Angelique Torres. Citation alleges that on or about May 2nd, 2025, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked first degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Ms. Torres, I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, as the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights, Ms. Torres. Pending a pretrial. Conditions to release are law-abiding behavior.
Phone number in this case? Was it 743? Zero 52? Is there a zip code, or excuse me, or area code?
As I'm now signing the order. Pretrial set for June 16th. The time and date will be on the order, and you can get a copy of it at the window. Any questions at all? Good luck. And again, bear in mind, our principal interest here is getting people relicensed. Free to leave. Get a copy at the window. Good luck. Take care. Oh, Mr. Haverco just moves too fast for me. What? Yeah.
Ms. Torres, I represented her many, many years ago in district court, and, you know, so she's familiar to me. Yeah, she's suspended first degree. It's,
Oh, boy.
gonna have to, you know, you have to request basically a reinstatement hearing, and
First degree,
that's a tough one.
that,
That's a tough one. It really is.
boy, good luck with that. Ma'am, do you have a matter on the calendar? Okay, and your name is?
Oh. Have a seat. Give me a second to regroup here. Yeah.
I didn't catch the name.
Oh, this is Mr. Coleman from,
Oh,
trying to remember, it was the 10 or the 11 o'clock.
this morning. It's from this
Yeah,
morning.
it's from the pretrial. Yeah, it was from the 11 o'clock and we did have a disposition worked out. So just give me a moment to shift gears here. Let's see. Go courts with Auburn. Give me just a second on this.
Good afternoon, sir. For the record, is it Reginald M. Coleman? When he's ready, I'll defer to Mr. Haverco for the status of the matter.
So this is Reginald Coleman, matter, it's on the 11 o'clock pretrial calendar. Matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being he's going to enter a straight plea to the charge. He signed the form, it's in Oak Courts. Sentencing recommendation is all suspended jail time, suspended for a year on the condition of no new criminal law violations and a $250 court fee payable at $25 per month.
Good afternoon, sir. I am looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the third degree. Plea form tells me you're Reginald middle initial M. Coleman, 53 years of age. You've been through the 8th grade. Any issues at all going through the plea process with your attorney? And if you had any questions about what it meant to plead guilty to a criminal matter, was any question you had answered? No more questions? If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, no witnesses. Simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum of 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. With that in mind, is the one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on March 11th, 2025. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Did anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. I've heard the recommendation is to sentence. Mr. Haverko, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Ratfield, anything to add? Mr. Coleman, you have a right to tell me anything you wish. If you have anything to say that you think I ought to know about the situation, now's the time. You don't have to say anything. We all make mistakes. Question is learn from them. Don't repeat them. That's the only thing. Learn from things. I signed everything, but I can't get it to return back. Do you need to sign off on something there at the on your end?
We've signed and I've closed the form on my end. Yeah, it's not open.
And it won't. There we go. Now, yeah, that was odd. Coleman, 364 days, they're all suspended on the condition of just law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. The $250 probation fee that I'm assessing, you can pay that at $25 a month, okay? What I'll need you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, get a copy of today's paperwork, review it carefully, and give Mr. Haverko a call, okay, if you have any questions.
Yeah.
Any questions of me at this time? Good luck to you, sir. Take care of yourself.
Good luck to you. Yep, yeah, just take a left outside the door.
Got it.
Well, Mr. Coleman made it and good. Got it done.
Matters here for the 2:30 calendar or 2:30? Oh, okay. Back on record with the 2:30, call the matter of Yelm versus Mercedes Saldana. Mr. Peterson, I
Yes.
line for that one. I have that citation in front of me. Matter set for a contested hearing.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. I guess for the record, Phil, to put it on the record, Phil Pierce on behalf of Ms. Saldana, ask the court waiver presence and no objection to proceeding by Zoom.
I have no problem with that. That's fine.
Okay. So, Your Honor, can I go ahead and proceed with legal arguments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'll be making a motion to suppress the infraction on this. Looking at the face of the ticket that we received, it does not appear to comply with RCW RLJ 2.1B, particularly 2.1B3, that states that the notice of infraction shall contain the following information on a copy given to the defendant. Then subsection 3 says that it shall state the notice of infraction, traffic infraction, the vehicle make, year, model, style, license number, and the state in which it is licensed. It appears that the face of the infraction that we received is missing the style portion as required by RLJ 2.1B.
I see that. Noted. Go anything further?
Is the court granting my motion?
I will grant the motion.
Okay.
And I also see I have attached to the information I have an insurance. So I'm assuming that there was insurance anyway.
Yeah, there was, and I didn't know how the court would be ruling on my first motion, and so just to let the court know, Ms. Saldana did have insurance. It's in the report that talks about she was in the process of switching policies, but that policy does cover that period.
To me, the important part is you had it, not display it.
Yeah.
Failure to display, have a display. That's based on the motion of the client. I do find the motion as well taken. I'm going to dismiss the infraction in its entirety.
All right. Thank you very much, Your Honor. That's my only matter. I hope you have a good day.
Peterson, thank you for appearing. You take care. Enjoy the
Thanks.
rest of the day.
You as well.
Ma'am, you here for 2:30? Come on up and have a seat if you would. And identify. Are you Ms. Barlow?
I am Ms. Marlowe.
You received a speeding ticket. You requested a mitigation hearing on the matter. That I always ask that my clerk look into that. You are eligible for a deferral if that is something you're interested in. If you want me to mitigate it, I will certainly reduce the amount of the ticket upon your representation. You know what a deferral is? That's a way of getting it off your record, not go.
Yeah, that's what I mean, I don't really have anything on my driving record, so this is.
Every court does. You are eligible for a deferral. Keep in mind, you're entitled to one deferral per moving violation every 7 years and one non-moving violation every 7 years. I don't know why you want to defer a non-moving violation, because what we're really talking about here is insurance premiums anyway.
Oh.
Every court, I should say, defers tickets in a different way. The way I do it is this: we hold the ticket for a period of 4 months. If during the 4 months you attend traffic safety school, that's something you do online. I think it costs $40. We'll give you the information on that. Pay $100 costs to the court. At the end of 4 months, if the costs are paid, we have proof of a traffic safety school, ticket is dismissed, does not go on your record.
I think that's the amount of the ticket that I received, about 147. I don't remember.
It is, yeah. The ticket itself, I'm reducing to 100 by way of cost. And that's your choice. What you're really getting in a deferral is off your record.
But the other option is what?
Is that I reduce the amount of my ticket, which I will do, but it will go on your record.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's, yeah, the difference is.
Well, seeing that I have a pretty
Go
much a
ahead.
perfect driving record, I'd rather it not be on there. I mean,
It's,
I very rarely, I don't get pulled over. It was just, I was talking to my sister and just
didn't realize the speed limit zone I was in and,
We all do that.
yeah,
We all do that. We tend to automatically adjust our speed to the conditions of the road, and sometimes that violates the
yeah.
number that they post on the side of the road. Yeah, that's, yeah, a deferral. That's if you have a great driving record, and you do, that's these infractions, what they hurt mostly is your insurance premiums.
Yeah,
That's,
and I'm paranoid now, so I drive.
that's actually the conditions you drive in. I drive up to Bellevue every other week, and the crazy drivers out, the anger you see out there on the
Yes.
road these days.
Yeah,
A little paranoia
for sure.
is merited. I'll do is Smarlow sign an order resolving the matter. Sign an order deferring the ticket for a period of 4 months. Look forward to dismissing the ticket at the end of the 4 months.
Okay. Do I have to come back for that?
No,
Okay.
you don't have to come back.
Okay.
Traffic safety school, is there information in here? It'll be, okay. That's an online thing, pretty easy to do. I think
Okay.
it's 2 hours, 3 hours, somewhere in there. Sign the order. Yeah, that's it. I try to remind people, driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do in your life. It's a lot of paranoia, a lot of care and caution. Always assume the other driver is going to violate the stop sign, and you read about the fatal
Oh, yeah.
results that have happened there
Mhm.
on the. I'm glad they caught that motorcyclist up in I think north of Seattle that blew through it hit I think a couple in a parking lot, killed the woman and the guy in the hospital. Yeah, crosswalk.
Yeah,
In a
yeah.
crosswalk. So glad they caught the guy, motorcycle. That concludes the hearing. Marlo, you can get a copy of the order at the
Okay.
window. Good luck to you. You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day. Sir, you're here for a ticket? Are you Ryan Smith? Mr. Smith, come on up. Have a seat. You're cited for no insurance. That's a pretty expensive ticket, $559.
Yes.
Did you have insurance at the time? You've asked for that I reduce the ticket amount.
Yes, I have proof of insurance. I couldn't print it out, but I do have it on my phone that I was insured before.
You did have insurance in effect at the time.
Yes, but what I showed the police was expired, and he came back and gave me the ticket, and I was like, oh.
It was expired at the time?
No, just it was an old.
The card.
Yeah, it was old. I just didn't print it out in paper.
You didn't print it out the new one.
Yeah, but I was insured.
Go ahead. You were.
So, I don't know if you want to see it, but it's just your document saying I was
Sure.
insured.
Go ahead and show me.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, bring it on up if you would. And well, sometimes everything more and more is on a screen and not on a piece of paper. That's just the way life is going. Based on the fact that you have it, you just couldn't show it. What the law allows me to do is reduce it to a $25 cost and dismiss it. So $25 would be the assessment, sign an order to that effect and take care of that when you can. And that's, I'm not a great fan of having to print out stuff that if you can readily see on a screen. We kill enough trees as it is, making paper to. Order signed, get a copy of it at the window, and that takes care of the matter. Good luck to you, take it easy, and thank you very much. Happy motoring. Take care. Mr. Reyes, come on up. It's, you asked for a contested hearing on an amended charge of no valid operator's license. Oh, okay. But the offer's still open, 150 done. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Reyes will go with $150 and leave it at that. And yeah, that's one of the advantages or disadvantages of being in a small, relatively small rural matter, getting larger all the time, is that the police department, they get to recognize every car that goes down the road beside them. How's life going otherwise? Well, there's always that. Signing the order, Mr. Reyes, get a copy of it at the window, and hopefully things will wind up getting a lot better. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Take care of yourself. You always come to court, always in a good mood. Can't say that about many people at all. But you take care of yourself, be well, and be safe. Keep it on the road. With that, we'll go off record. the no-shows. Back on record for the no-shows on the 1 o'clock docket. First one I have is docket number 5, Matthias Cannell. PC was previously found. He was released on his promise to appear. Warrant will issue 1,000 cash or bond. Next one I have is no-show is John Chapman. Sign a order of dismissal of docket number 6, citation ending 277 at the officer's request. Do find probable cause for the issuance of citation ending 2281 for use of drug paraphernalia and loitering drug-related activity, 1,000 cash or bond. Mr. Chapman is no stranger either, I don't think. It's, Ms. Franzak did show up. Next one I have is Jacob Hazlitt. Find probable cause for the issuance to him of a theft citation, 1,000 cash or bond. Warrant will issue for him. The next one I have is Robert Knox. Do find probable cause for the issuance to him of citations for knowing possession of a controlled substance, use of drug paraphernalia, and loitering in a drug-related activity manner, 1,000 cash or bond. Next one I have is docket number 22, William Lee, amend DWS 3rd to Noval 2 and FTA. Hope the McLeod situation works out. On docket numbers 27 and 28, Alyssa and Charles Pepper, co-defendants on the theft, grim trust matter. I note the non-appearance. Note the FDA reset with notice based on their request for apparently a hospital-related diabetes. I'll take that with a grain of salt. Next one is Gilberto Rivero. Probable causes found when he was released on his promise to appear. Probable causes found for DWS 3rd, no ignition interlock, failure to obey an officer, knowing possession of a controlled substance, a use of a paraphernalia, 1,000 cash or bond each charge. Next would be this Cassie Scarer, docket number 36. Find probable cause for the issuance to her of cites for DWS 3rd degree, failure to transfer title within 45 days, and ignition interlock, 1,000 cash or bond. Last, I think, is Brennan Wing. I find probable cause for the issuance to him of a Crim Trust 2 citation, 1,000 cash or bond. And I think that concludes the docket. Oh, yes, on regard to the no-show England Walker, he's requested for the second time continuance. I made a note on the file reset. Make sure he knows last time. If he doesn't show the next time, it'll just be FDA.